Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creative Team Career here on the PC with Cadillac. Tonight it is round 7 of our Season 3. We are heading to Baku, the Azerbaijan Grand Prix weekend. And it's a sprint weekend as well, so double racing tonight, sprint and Grand Prix. That is our weather forecast. You can see it's going to be quite hot on the Friday, a little bit cooler on the Saturday, and then a little bit cooler still on the Sunday. This is a circuit where we have done well in the past, with the caveat of the tyre wear issue. We are not running that tyre wear mod anymore. So this season could be a little bit less successful, but we will see how things go. Hopefully we'll do all right. Last season we got a win here with Lewis. We got our first win with Hamilton, and Bottas unfortunately did not finish the Grand Prix, but we will see how things get on this year. We have already had the best result possible in Jeddah, a 1-2. I doubt we're going to top that. Well, I doubt we're even going to match it this season. I think that was just a very, very fortuitous set of circumstances that came together nicely. We haven't actually looked like we've been able to get near the podium since. So we'll see how we get on. Evening Doe Fishing, evening Daniel, evening Wayne, Johnny, Adrian, good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. Question already, should I sign Arvid Limbad as an affiliate or wait 2 or 3 seasons and put him in the card then? It depends. It depends on how good your simulator is. If it's a good simulator, then signing him and training him yourself will potentially improve his development. But if he's at a top team like a Ferrari or a RedBull, then it might be worth just letting him sit there while you're leveling up your facility for at least a season, so that he's still getting strong development in the background until you've got facilities that you can really push him forward. So yeah, that would be my suggestion. Is it depends on what your facilities are like. But he's definitely a driver that you want to look at signing at either straight away or after a couple of seasons. Very, very talented potential driver there. Where did the drivers finish last night? Last night, we go to our standings app here. Hamilton picked up 4 points for finishing in 8th place. Hadjar finished just outside of the points. Let's take a look at the actual results for Singapore. So you can see there, Hamilton in 8th place and Hadjar in 13th. I'm hopeful we can get some more points here today. I'd like to hope that we can also maybe get Hadjar into the points, but I'm not so sure that's going to happen. We do have new front wings that we can put on the car. We only have one set, effectively. If we do this, we'll have no spares. Not a huge fan of going into a Grand Prix weekend without any spares. So, traditionally, I would give that to Hamilton. But I'm actually going to give it to Isaac. I think he probably needs it a little more around this circuit. Nice little boost to the low speed, which is very important around here. And a little bit of extra improvement to dirty air tolerance. So we'll give him the new front wing. He'll have a spare just in case something happens. And then Hamilton will get that new front wing when we go to the next Grand Prix. Which is... what is the next Grand Prix? It's Spain. Barcelona is the next one. Another sprint weekend as well. We have 688,000 in the bank. How many wings do I actually have in production? Let's have a look. I've got 2 more coming. I'm actually going to up that to 6. We'll add 2 more. There we go. Alright, so with that, we are ready to make our move. Let's just refresh ourselves on where everyone sits in the championship. We are currently in P5, 58 points. We're 20 points behind Aston and 13 points ahead of BMW Williams. Hamilton currently sits 7th in the Drivers' Championship, level on points with Charles Leclerc, but ahead. Excuse me, ahead because he has that win already. No win yet for Charles Leclerc. In fact, I don't think Leclerc's actually got a podium yet. He must have had a podium. No podiums at all for Leclerc. He won a sprint. So, yeah, bit of a surprise there. It is looking a lot closer at the top after a poor round of results for Red Bull recently. Mercedes getting a strong points haul in the last Grand Prix. That gap's come down to just 9 points. And in the Drivers' Championship, slightly different story. Lando pulling away. He's on 103 points now. He is 16 points clear of Verstappen, who in turn is 16 points clear of his teammate, Oscar Piastri. So, let's set some targets for tonight. Both drivers should easily be able to get, well, I say both. Hopefully, both drivers will easily get into the top 18. And let's head to Baku.
Greetings from Azerbaijan, where we're back in the country's capital. The spectacular Baku city circuit will take drivers right through the city streets, from the narrow roads of the old town to the wide highway alongside the Caspian Sea, where cars will be fighting wheel to wheel this weekend.
This weekend will be taking a slightly different form, as we have the addition of a thrilling sprint race thrown into the mix.
The weekend begins here.
Evening, Dino. Right, let's get ourselves prepped and ready, shall we, for sprint qualifying. Just one set of tyres going to be used. That's the hard tyres. A single session of practice before we go into sprint quali. Baku is 15 laps normally. We are going to put 4 laps of fuel in the car. That should be enough to run the entire session. There we go. I'm going to put practice engines into the car as well. Still okay to stick with that gearbox. And Hamilton does not have any other practice parts apart from that engine. As he's still on his first DRS, which is starting to get a little low. And he's on his second gearbox because the first one's toast. So, now let's get a setup on the car. Quite low downforce. Front wing is going to range between sort of a 1.5 to 2.5 kind of window. Rear wing's going to be a 10 to 11 kind of range. More likely it's going to be a 10.5, which is where we're going to start. Let's bring that front wing down to a 1.5. We'll go with a 3.7. This is going to be either a 3.7 or a 2.8, I think. May possibly go to a 1.9. But we'll start with a 3.7. We want lowish camber. So we're going to go with just below 3 on that one. And high-ish toe. So we're going to start about here on this car. We'll go slightly different for Isaac. So we will go with... Let's go with a 2 on the front. We'll go with a 10 on the rear. We'll go with a 2.8. We'll drop that down just to a 3, and we'll push that all the way up to a 1. And we'll see how we get on with that. And we are ready to hit the track.
Green light.
So we do have some rookies running. Quite a few actually by the look of it. Sanhueza for Ferrari. Caitlin Nui in for RedBull. Rafa Kamara and Freddie Vesti both getting a run out at Nissan. Porsche getting a run out at Williams.
Yep, radio is very good for us.
James Wharton getting a run out at Audi. Kasper Stucker and Tim Tramnitz also getting a run out at Aston. A lot of rookies running in this single practice session.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Tire temps okay?
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
Right. Hopefully the new front wing will give Hadjar a nice little extra bit of performance this weekend, but in reality it probably won't. But any kind of boost is better than no boost at all. So we're about to get feedback from our drivers. See where we are with the setups. Only 84% for Isaac. That's not so good.
Okay.
But with the lower car part knowledge and the track knowledge, we do really need to keep him out for the whole session. Let's see where Hamilton is. Oh, Hamilton's spot on. Hamilton absolutely bang on. So that's one car I don't have to worry about.
Understood.
There is some damage to one of those Astons. That'll be Ocon's car, I think, was the car that was struggling last night in Singapore. Again, as always, if that part goes orange in this session, it'll get changed out without any issue. And there we go. It has just gone orange.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
So that part will get switched out at the end of the session. No issues at all, no penalties for Ocon for changing that part. If it had gone during a Parc Fermé session, like sprint quali or the sprint, or before the sprint itself, or during or after main quali, that would have facilitated a pit lane start before breaking Parc Fermé to change that part out. Fishing just finished Baku when my stream popped up. Well, now you get to see how my results stack up to yours. How did you get on? P5 and P12 in a Williams career. Not bad at all. I'm guessing it was Albon in P5 and Sargent in P12. The last couple of minutes for the session.
And box, this one box, speed confirmed.
There we go. Practice is done. Not a lot of it. Driver prep, though, for Hamilton is 100%. That's awesome. We're at 90% for Isaac with his lower car part knowledge and setup satisfaction. I wonder if we can actually get him up to 100. Let's see. If we change the setup to 100, that's going to gain us 16 points. So that gets to 98%. Not quite there, but pretty close. That's assuming we can hit 100 on the setup. Changes need to be made. Right, sprint quali is next.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
So let's take a look then at Hadjar's setup, see if we can find that little bit of extra for him. We're not running enough rear wing, so that needs to go to there. I need to bring that back a little bit and probably drop that down to there. Let's see, we need to find more. That's not going to be enough, so we're going to bring that to a 3.7 as well. I think we're going to end up running almost an identical setup to Hamilton, basically. Let's have a look at that. So a nice gap there, small gap, hopefully spot on. Small gap, big gap. That should be very close. We need to change out the engines. There we go. And we are ready for sprint quali.
So now we have green light.
So a whole flurry of activity right at the very beginning of the session there. It's unusual to see so many cars coming out so soon like that. Even in a sprint quali. Look at this, the whole field. Well, more than half the field is out. They're queuing up, look, trying to get out of the pit box. Mind you, having said that, it is a long track in terms of track time. I think it's about 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40 for a lap around here. Yeah, 1:43, the current lap record. So it does take a while on a cool down and an out lap. And with the sprint quali sessions being limited in time compared to regular qualifying sessions, I suppose that kind of makes sense that everyone would rush out straight away. The entire field is on the grid. You see the last two cars exiting the pit lane now. That is a Red Bull of Max and George Russell in the McLaren.
Tire temps are good. We're looking good. Load push and you'll be ready to go.
And tires are okay. And track
Let's
is
see
clear.
how we get on. Hamilton's going to get a nice slipstream, at least in the first part of the lap. I don't know whether the dirty air will be problematic. Hopefully Hadjar can get some benefit from running behind the Audi and Stroll. He might be a little bit too far away. Albon is going to get a little bit of a tow from Hadjar, which theoretically actually helps Hamilton even more. As he gets that double slipstream. Antonelli at 36.1. That is quick. It's going to be a very fast final sector for Hamilton here. Hadjar isn't close enough to get the benefit from Stroll. Albon should just get a little bit of a distant slipstream from Hadjar, and Hamilton is potentially, if anything, a little bit too close here to Albon. See how much we're closing up quickly like this already. Now we're going to start bouncing on the limiter. There we go, so 1:43.5. A tenth quicker than Stroll, nearly 4 tenths quicker than Hadjar, and Albon, under pressure from Lewis there, actually ends up being quite slow. And then Antonelli just ruins my afternoon by going half a second quicker than me, and Tsunoda's even quicker. Alright, let's take a look at Max. That's a mighty first sector for Max at 36.0. It's purple in the middle as well. This is going to be a monster lap here, potentially. Hadjar down into 13th place as we still need a few more cars to set a time. Now 14th, 15th. And Max is going to push him down to 16th, and Russell might put him into the drop zone. Max goes top, and Russell does indeed put Hadjar into the drop zone. Hamilton in 10th after the first run for everybody there. So I'm pretty confident of getting Hamilton through this session. Can't foresee any real issues there. Hadjar, I don't know whether or not we can get him through or not. Does seem to be lacking just that little bit of pace in general at the moment to be able to get the best out of our not particularly great car. Haven't really seen much improvement from him in the simulator this season either, which is a bit of a disappointment. Oh, we have a yellow flag. We have a red flag. Someone's in the ball. Someone is out. It is a Ferrari. Is it Sainz? No, it's Schumacher. Oh. Ah, and that's why I saw Sainz stopped on the mini-map. He got blocked. So Mick, once again, wiping out a car. Oh, what a disaster 2028 has been for Schumacher so far. Now, if we can get a little bit more pace out of Hadjar, that's one car that will definitely not be able to improve. And we've got 5.5 minutes to go. We might get a couple of cars braking early. And then we go, there goes Bortoletto. But I think the majority of cars are going to wait for the last 3.5 minutes or so and start dripping out then. I'm actually going to see if I can give Hadjar a boost. Oh, damn it, he's out in front of Hamilton. I'm going to do it the other way round. Is that an Audi popping out behind us? Yes, Lance Stroll lurking behind Lewis. A few more cars have hit the track than I was expecting to see. Verstappen, Tsunoda, Ocon, Antonelli, Leclerc. Now we've got Lindblad coming out as well. We're going to try and go a little early and hope.
And we need to increase pushing status.
That this works out for us.
Understood.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Just pick up the pace. Can you go mode push now?
Yeah.
And this is what I was worried about. This is why I went a little bit early. I should have gone earlier still, but traffic coming out of the pit lane as we're coming through. George potentially getting held up there through turn 2. That has also held up Isaac slightly, unfortunately. Damn it. We might be able to go for another lap after this one. At least we've got an improvement out of Hamilton, but no improvement for Isaac. That little hold-up from Piastri, unfortunately, proved to be decisive. Found something in the middle sector for Isaac, but I think we've lost too much in the first sector for it to really help us. Hamilton up to 7th. We'll keep going and hope. Hadjar's found 10th, but it's still not good enough. Hamilton is done.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
And we are going to run out of battery with Hadjar.
Lift and coast.
Understood.
So Schumacher is definitely out in Q1. He's been knocked out into 17th. Another 10th found for Hadjar, so he's up 2 tenths on his last run. Can he find that? Oh, now Russell has pushed the bar a bit because of Lawson. Russell is now the danger zone. We're not going to find that much. And we ran out of fuel as we crossed the line. We took the flag though. Are we going to be out or not? We are potentially actually ruining a few people's laps here. Yeah, Ocon is out. He did not get enough on his out lap. He's on an in lap now. Schumacher's out. Colapinto might get eliminated here because of us. Here he comes screaming over that bump. As he pushes for the line. Is he going to have to lift in the final sector? I think he is. Yeah, Colapinto is out as well, as is Gasly. So both Alpines out. Sorry, both Nissans out in the first. As well as Hadjar, Colapinto. Iwasa is out as well. So both Maseratis eliminated 2. And that is the end of SQ1. Hadjar is out, but I think... Oh yeah, he's out anyway, so it doesn't matter if he wasn't available for the next session or not. Let's move into Q2. Did we get the setup right at least? We got closer, 95%. Let's see how we do with Hamilton in this session.
Green light.
Championship leader Norris is going to benefit from us being in front of him. But Hamilton's going to benefit from being the first car to set a lap time. So he should hopefully get to peak confidence. Antonelli coming out now, as well as George Russell, our current world champion. Let's actually ride on board with Russell. Desperately needs a run of good results. His championship is already slipping away from him. The move to McLaren has not been a well-judged one so far this year. But he's nicely positioned behind Antonelli here. If he can stay close enough, he could get a really good slipstream to get him through into the next session. You see Perez in the background.
And tire temperatures are good. And track is clear, track
Right,
is clear.
Hamilton about to start his flying lap.
The lap.
Lawson on the run to turn 3 at the moment. Now Leclerc leaves the pit lane. That's just Sonoda. No, not Sonoda. Lindblad. First split coming up. 36.4. 4/10 slower than Norris. Right, so Russell's had a decent first sector there, 36.1. Keeping pace with Antonelli. Next sector is crucial for him. Norris absolutely flying. He's going to be... he's not in range of a slipstream. He's just very, very quick. He's almost a second quicker than us. 25.9 and 25.8 in the final section there. We're down 8 and a bit tenths of a second. Alright, Russell might just get a tiny distant slipstream from Antonelli. I don't think it's close enough. Not quite close enough, but he is pretty close, just 0.05 of a second behind Antonelli. What about Yuki in the sole remaining Aston? Oh, mighty first sector for Charles Leclerc. Yuki goes to P5. And I doubt we're going to get out of this session unless we can get a slipstream on our next run. Lawson now about to hit the straights. As he goes past pit entrance. Up to the line for Lawson. Oh, it's a good strong final sector. He goes P5. Leclerc is looking very quick at the moment. Lindblad behind is trying to hang on, and he's not too far away. Oh, disaster potentially for Ferrari. No, those cars get out of the way. Lindblad might have been held up there. It is a 25-7. Leclerc goes top. Lindblad's... Yeah, Lindblad did lose half a second there. Albon, the only car slower than us right now. And he definitely got held up in the final sector, so it's not looking good at the moment for our chances of making Q3. Piastri goes second by 0.02 of a second. Here comes Sainz. He goes up to P8. What can Bortoletto do in the second McLaren? Not the best first sector. He must have lost some time somewhere. .42.0, so he's slower than Hamilton at the moment by a good half a second or so. A strong opening sector for Ollie Behrman. And it is just P13 in the end. Max, the first person under 36 seconds for the first sector. Just as he was the first person to go to 36.0 in the previous session, now he's the first one to go to 35.9. Oh crap, I forgot to send Hamilton out. I got so carried away with watching times, I forgot to send out Hamilton. He might not actually get a lap in here.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Yep.
Max does go top. I'm not convinced we are going to get across the line to start the lap. Messed up big time. Forgetting that it's a shorter session in sprint quali. Just 10 minutes instead of 15 for sprint quali 2 compared to normal quali.
ERS.
Understood.
Yeah, we're not going to make it. I can't believe I forgot to send him out. We were about 10 seconds too late getting out. Damn it. Alright, let's see. Can Stroll get through? Knock out Sainz. Yes, he can. So, it's Sainz, Lindblad, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Albon and Bortoletto eliminated from SQ2. Let's see who's stick it on pole for the sprints. It is Oscar. Oscar takes pole ahead of Leclerc. Behrman third. What a great run for Behrman there. Fourth for Verstappen. Fifth for Russell. The Mercedes of Norris and Antonelli are sixth and seventh. Lawson is eighth in the BMW Williams. Stroll gets ninth. And Perez in 10th.
Well, the excitement levels continue to rise here as the teams prepare for the sprint.
And of course, the big incentive here is getting a few extra points on the board, with the top finishers in the sprint set to add to their championship tally.
So let's see then how the teams tackle today's sprint here in Baku.
Evening, Pierre. Right, can we make any subtle tweaks here? Not without breaking Park Ferme, but we're at the back of the grid anyway. So, yeah, let's go for it. Let's go with that. Actually, no. Let's try that. We're going to put one extra lap of fuel in. I'm not going to push Hadjar off the line because he's not starting off the line. He's starting from the pit lane. And let's see how we get on. Tyres will be absolutely fine. I expect to see everybody on a set of softs here, but you never know.
Now's the time for the sprint here in Baku.
Yeah, looks like everyone's on softs.
And it's lights out and away we go.
There is Isaac waiting at the end of the pit lane. And Hamilton does manage to shuffle in ahead of Lindblad there. Excellent stuff.
And we need to take care of these tires.
Someone's out.
And charge button on.
Oh no.
Button on.
It's a red flag.
Safety
Ocon's in the
car
wall.
Deployed. Safety car deployed.
Now we're watching Esteban Ocon here.
Now we're going to have way too much fuel.
And oh, there's contact with the barrier. And that won't do their confidence.
Yeah, blocking
any
the track.
good.
When I saw Hadjar stationary, I thought, oh God, no, don't be Isaac. And there we go. Ocon blocks the traffic. That will throw a red flag, and we will have another bite at the cherry. This time Hadjar will start off the line, and Hamilton has gained a place.
What the was that, honestly? Oh.
Every time I hear him say that, it just reminds me of Austin Powers. Who throws a shoe on his
watching
sleeve?
their hopes crumble away.
No changes. We will stay as we are, but now we're going to have a lot more fuel than we need, unfortunately.
Let's get this sprint underway once more.
We are going to need to change our driver settings. I wish we could do this
It's lights out, and away we go.
before we go back to the grid. It would just make things easier. There we go. Not as much fuel as I thought we would end up with. That's about 2.5 laps of fuel.
We don't need to worry about management on these tyres, just pushing.
Colapinto is demoted down to 20th briefly. Can we get another place? Hamilton's past Sonoda, so he's up to 12th.
Continue like this. So P12. Next car in front is.
Let's see what happened.
Must have
there.
been through turn 1.
Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. Can they squeeze by?
Just around the outside there. Very nice. And that's a look from Albon.
And we need to increase tire saving.
And Schumacher has got back in front of us. Everyone gets through the first sector this
No
time.
management required.
Yep.
Charge on.
Yeah.
We've lost a couple of laps because of the red flag. Just 15 laps now.
Do your best.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Do not want Stroll to break away from me. See if we can stay with him.
So let's have mode push now, please.
Make sure Hadjar doesn't get dropped as well if he can. He might be about to get dropped anyway.
And DRS enable.
Evening, Dishka.
Car behind is
And
Sunoda.
Rajesh, welcome. We have not been able to stay with Stroll, and we're now starting to cook the tyres, and we're out of battery almost as well.
And
So
try
we'll
to
ease
cool down
off.
the tires as much as possible.
Hadjar is almost able to stick with Schumacher, just outside of DRS at the moment. Again, we're starting to cook his tyres a little bit.
Just cool down the tyres as much as you can.
Yes. Very slow.
There we go, back in range.
Continue like
Tsunoda
this.
has got back through against us.
Oh, so good.
He's 3 seconds in front of you.
Hamilton's struggling a little bit at the moment. Back down to 14th.
Keep up now.
Race is long. Behind we have Albon. Alright, let's concentrate.
And Hadjar just doesn't have any pace at all at the moment. I'm worried now for the Grand Prix. At least as far as Hadjar goes anyway. Less so for Lewis. At the very least he should be able to get into the top 18, but
Gap to him.
how much of
0.9.
this is down to the AI pushing their tyres? And how much of this is just down to a general lack of pace?
Albon DRS.
There's Isaac, way off in the background now, 3 seconds behind. Got some battery. I don't want to burn it just yet. I'd like to see if we can maybe close the gaps back up just a little bit before we do that, because it's not full, so I don't want to burn it all just to catch up. or not quite catch up and then fall back again. I'd rather get a little bit closer so we can use it to get onto and then past the car in front. Hadjar does seem to have closed the gap a little bit on this lap.
Albon behind DRS.
Alright, someone has a fault. Let's have a look. Who is it? Oh, it's George.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
Oh, Schumacher making the move on Iwasa there. So Mick up to 19th. Although Iwasa hasn't given it up completely yet. Now he has. And we are now losing time again. Nothing to defend. Tyre temps are back under control. I think now we have to just start pushing what's left of the tyres.
Pushing status.
Okay to push harder through 6 and 7 if you can.
We just aren't quick enough without doing that. Oh, there we go. That's a spin for Albon.
Albon went off.
Out he goes. Just unsettled the car over the curb there. He will get going again, but that has dropped him out of contention for an overtake on Hamilton. He still probably will have a chance to get past Hadjar. Stroll gets into 10th past Perez. Piastri and Verstappen scrapping away for the lead at the moment. Two Red Bulls very, very close to each other. Russell now dropping back a little bit with that issue of his Perez and Stroll having a good old fight as well, side by side. And they're still side by side. And still neither driver's giving up. Although I think, yeah, Perez finally has to concede. He's got to watch out for Tsunoda as well. Is he going to have another look? Oh, he's going to lose the place to Tsunoda. That did not go well. That was Hamilton at the top of the hill there. He's still not closing in. Let's see what we do across the line. Portoletto's on the back of us now. Oh man, they're looking at going 4 wide into turn 1. That's a recipe for disaster. And Perez is down to 13th now. We're doing 145.6. That's still not quick enough. Yeah, the pace just isn't there, is it? I am worried now for the race. We are running that brand new front wing on Hadjar as well.
High speed management is very good.
Leclerc with an issue now.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Mode push. So just concentrate on getting your tyre temps down.
Yeah.
And
We
try
need
to
to
increase
push
pushing status.
if we want to have any chance of getting back onto the cars in front of us. Kind of resigned to Hadjar just finishing at the back here.
You are doing a really good job on tires. Gap to him 2.5.
But I am now tempted to give that new front wing to Hamilton as well and just risk not having a spare. Still around 2 seconds,
And tire phase update when you can.
despite a full-on attack here.
We're okay to push a bit harder if you can. Charge on.
Copy.
Yeah, there's nothing left to give. This is it. This is our pace.
Gap to him 0.9.
I mean, we're not going to be gaining on the straights, but hopefully with an aggressive tyre push, we can maybe claw back some time in the corners. And then if we can get ourselves into DRS range, or at the very least get just a faint hint of a slipstream, that might be all we need. But it is a struggle to get there.
Okay, Kev, if there's anything left in the tank, let's go for it.
This is definitely going to be a one-stop Grand Prix. Unless tyres... unless a safety car comes into play, and that might change things.
Continue like this.
And we still haven't managed to close that gap up.
And just a reminder on garage. Charge button on.
Understood.
Ah, this is frustrating. All right, let's turn our attention to the battle for third. Russell and Leclerc been having a good old scrap for a few laps now.
Next car in front will be Russell.
Still going to end up with way too much fuel. Look, 3.5 kilos in Hadjar, 3 kilos in Lewis. Charles has another look. Once again, has to back out of it.
Gap to Gasly behind, 1.5.
Hamilton has finally caught up. As Antonelli is in this fight as well now. Let's try and cool the tyres down a little bit.
Down the tires as much as
Hadjar
possible.
still can't get onto the back of Iwasa and co.
Charge button on.
And still no way through. All right, let's turn our attention to Lewis. Putting the pressure on Lindblad. We've got the slipstream. And that carries us through. Hadjar has now caught and passed Iwasa.
Good job. Next car in front
Is everyone
is
starting to
Stroll.
run out of tyres, I wonder?
And tires are good to push.
Behrman and Sainz.
Safety car, safety car.
Behrman's
Charge
out.
on. Stairs closest.
Sainz is damaged. He's missing the right-hand end plate on his car there.
Do whatever you need for tyres.
Oh, Behrman hit the wall and then got bounced into Sainz there. That is Behrman out.
Game over.
Will we get underway again?
Yep.
Here's the question.
Charge
Is
on.
anyone a box? I doubt it. With just a few laps to go. 3 laps left. We might get 1 racing lap. 2 if we're lucky.
So there was a crash. So they are still cleaning up the track.
You can see that front wing damage to Sainz. Behrman with a penalty, and I think that's unfortunate,
3 laps to go.
but I can understand why he's been given that penalty. Wasn't really able to control the situation there once he hit the wall and got bounced back onto the track. He was just a passenger. But he did hit and cause damage to Sainz.
So P12. And 3 laps to go.
Still haven't managed to close the field up yet. Albon is very much still adrift. There's a lot more drift than I was expecting, actually. Looks like they are going for one more lap. So we're going to have one racing lap. And our fuel is rocketing back up again. Finally now approaching the back of the train. There he is.
Then it will be 2 laps.
Leclerc did manage to get in front of Russell. Max still ahead of Piastri, but it's going to be a single lap shootout.
Energies are good.
We have plenty of tyre. We have plenty of battery. Doubt we'll get anywhere, but you never know. Let's put them into full attack for the final lap.
You've got the pace.
Yeah.
This is the point where we should be finding out if the safety car's coming in, or whether we're going to finish the sprint under the safety car. Which I don't think we've ever had happen before. I'm trying to think. I know we've had a race finish under a safety car, but only in very long time ago under previous versions of the game. I don't think it's happened at all in this version, and I think we are going to finish the sprint under the safety car. Yes, we are. Okay, bit of an anticlimactic end to the Grand Prix, well, to the sprint. Just as we were finally starting to find some pace on everybody. I want to have a look and see what everyone's tyres are at now. Let's start with Stroll in front of us.
And last
Tyres down to 40%. Yeah, we had that tyre wear advantage that we were hoping for, but did not have the opportunity to end it. Schumacher again around about that 45% mark as well. It always goes off the lowest tyre, so 44% on that right rear. As you can see, Hamilton's tyres at 61%. Hadjar's at 60. A bit of an anticlimactic end there. Bit of a shame. But no points really on offer for us in the sprint. Very curious as to how the race is going to go. If the temperatures are this high, which theoretically they should be a little bit cooler, then hopefully tyre temps won't be quite so much of an issue. We're definitely going to have to underfuel the car, I think. I think the chance of getting a safety car of some description in the Grand Prix is probably pretty high. Having burnt off as much fuel as we possibly could, we're back over 6 kilos now.
Try to reduce the hit on the curb.
Yeah.
Understood.
So safety car will end, but we can't overtake till we cross the finish line, at which point the sprint is over. So that's it. Max is going to win the sprint ahead of Oscar. Leclerc will take third. Russell fourth, fifth for Antonelli, sixth for Norris, seventh for Lawson, and eighth, the final point for Yuki Tsunoda. I remember when they had to change the rule. It used to be when you went past the safety car control line,
And checkered flag.
not the start-finish line. And Schumacher caught someone napping on the restart at Monaco and actually gained a place, and then I think it was taken away from
The
him.
competition out there was certainly tough today, and it leaves many coming
Might even
away
have been
from the
disqualified,
sprint
I can't remember.
empty-handed.
It's a P18 finish, and let me assure you, no one wants to find themselves down there.
That was when he was driving for Mercedes, I believe. So, confirmation then of the sprint. Max does take the sprint win ahead of Oscar, Leclerc, Russell, Antonelli, and so on and so forth. Not the best result for us, 12th and 18th, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, we had better tyre wear than everybody because we didn't absolutely thrash the tyres at the start. So, maybe that will play to our strengths in the Grand Prix. Who knows? But that is it for the sprint. Qualifying is next.
Will practice pay off for the drivers? Well, we're about to find out in qualifying.
Drivers will have to be at the top of their game here in Baku, as mistakes can prove costly on a street circuit like this. But having tackled the twisting turns, the long main straight awaits, providing a fantastic opportunity for the slipstream.
And of course, there's the Williams driver. Karun, how do you think they'll fare today?
They set a great lap in practice, so you can only imagine how good they're feeling going into qualifying. But the big question is, will they be able to keep this performance up?
Well, it's almost here. Qualifying coming up soon.
Now we get to see if those little changes that we made to Hadjar have actually worked. No. We are still 5 points away. So that has to be down here somewhere then. And now I'm worried about that. So let's do that. And let's see if we can nail it with that. No other changes to make. We are going to run some medium tyres for our first run. Might as well.
Five, four, three, two.
Piastri
one.
hits the track
Green
first.
light. Get the tyres ready.
Yeah.
And you'll forgive me for being a little quiet for the next few minutes. I have broken out the emergency sausage rolls because I'm yet to eat. And I'm getting a bit peckish.
Okay, gap is good. Good to go, good to go.
We are good for the moment. Track is clear. Track is clear. It will be mode push for last corner.
Remember to stay negative on your delta.
And reminder, stay negative on the dash.
So, first run is done. We're not quick, second off the pace. Piastri with a 1:42.5 to set the opening pace there ahead of Behrman, who's half a second slower. A few more cars on their outlaps, and they're all going quicker than us as well, or on their first flying lap. Antonelli will be the next one to cross the line. Well, it's Leclerc behind him, who's looking particularly quick. Antonelli goes third. Leclerc just behind Piastri, less than a tenth of a second. Slots into third place. Ocon gets a mighty final sector. He goes up into fifth.
Watch your speed in the pit lane, so stop on the marks.
Good lap for Norris. He goes up into P2. That's not a bad run, considering we were on mediums there. Let's slap on a set of softs now. Let's see if we can maybe get our boys out in tandem here. See if we can give a little bit of a tow to Isaac. Just waiting for Max to come through. As he's starting his flying lap. There we go. So can Hamilton give Isaac a nice little slipstream?
And if you want, you can go to mode warm-up. Okay.
He's certainly going to give one, I think, to
Watch out
Perez.
for the next car.
Job with the tires. And track is clear, track clear. Charge button off for last corner.
Tyre temps look good. Track will be clear. Mode push, you are good to go.
Gap looks good, but we're going to have traffic. Verstappen's just entering turn 3 now. Where we catch him is going to be critical. Oh wow, Hadjar did not have a good first sector. I'm surprised by that. Behrman did. Behrman's right behind us. There is Ollie the Bear Behrman. And any lingering hopes of a slipstream have gone for Isaac. So he needs clean air. He can't run behind Hamilton. There's Max. Stays out of the way. Yeah, this is a terrible lap for Isaac here. Hamilton is improving. Perez improves his time and is 18th. He's still slower than Isaac, but this is not a good lap for Isaac here. Behrman's going to get a mighty tow. We might even see him pull him alongside us in a minute. There is Behrman. So no improvement at all for Hadjar. Hamilton has improved his time, 14th at the moment. Did he actually improve his position or not? Oh, yellow flag. Behrman has hit the wall behind us. He is still going.
There's a yellow flag now.
The main straight.
In fact, I think, was he just ahead of us? Yeah, he was just ahead of us, look.
I'm out.
So that's looking like structural damage as well as wing damage to the front and rear. So Behrman is going to be almost certainly starting this race from the pit lane, I think. Well, it depends. It depends if he has another part of the same spec available to replace either the chassis or suspension, whichever one's taken that damage. If he has to change spec, then yeah, that'll be a pit lane start. We have got time for one more run. But it looks like it's going to be very difficult getting out of Q1, unfortunately.
Speed limiter on and speed limiter on. And stop on the marks.
And it's a red flag.
Make sure your limiter
That is Lawson.
stopping on the marks and going to P1, please.
Now this was at turn 1. There's clear contact there, and they'll have to pick themselves up after that.
Not good. Let's go with a new set. Why not? So everyone has set a time. We are just about in at the moment, but I don't expect us to stay there. And we need to try and judge when to go to get a good run here without too much interference from traffic. And I'm going to go with Isaac now, try and get him clear air. And now we'll go with Hamilton.
Brake warming reminder. So you're in a good position. Items are good.
Crunch time then for Isaac.
You should have no traffic
Can
issues.
we find the kind of pace that we need?
Good to go, good to go.
Very disappointed with that first run on the softs. So slow.
At the moment we are good. And track is clear, track is clear.
As well, look, 44 degrees.
There will be mode push for last corner, mode push.
Not a good first sector again. 36.5. Hadjar's out. Hamilton in the danger zone.
Mode in, please, mode in.
Watch for traffic.
Oh, and a big improvement up to 6th place.
So at the moment
Fantastic.
we are P6.
That's what we wanted to see.
We're not safe.
What happened to Hajar? Why was he just so slow in that first sector? And the middle sector, for that matter. He lost half a second there, and then another 0.3 there. Just does not make sense. So Hajar is out at the bottom of the table here, unfortunately. Schumacher is out. Behrman is out. He's not going to improve. Lawson's out. Stroll's out. That's it. That is the end of Q1. And it would be Lawson, Behrman, Stroll, Schumacher, Perez and Isaac failing to proceed into Q2. Alright, let's use a set of scrubbed softs. And we'll try and get out early.
Green light.
And once again, we are beaten out by a Red Bull. This time, Verstappen.
Tire temperatures are
Alright, our
good.
first flying run of Q2. Let's see how we do.
Track is clear. And will be charge button off for last corner.
Oh, we have a yellow flag. Someone's in the wall. It's a red flag.
Okay, red flag.
And that is an Audi. It's got to be Lindblad. It is. Yeah,
right,
blocking
we're
the
taking
track.
the second corner. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done.
It's not
to
quite the
avoid
red
crashing
flag
into the
palooza that we
barrier.
had last
And that's
year.
definitely not how they would have imagined
But
their
it's getting there.
qualifying going today.
Ah, dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is going on today? We were down 7/10 to Verstappen in that first sector as well. Alright, let's try it again. We will be out first this time. And we've lost 3 minutes of the session. Just 12 remaining now.
We need a good warm-up on front brakes.
Yep.
Can we get a lap in this time?
A good job on tires. And track is clear, track clear. Tires button off for last corner.
Track temperature is a bit lower, 39 degrees. Traffic popping out in front. No obvious signs of lifting, but it might still have held us up a little bit. More traffic in front. This time it's Gasly. He gets out of the way. Again, it's not a great first sector. It's matching what we did the last time. And again, we're 7/10 down on Sonoda. Oh, 8/10 down on Antonelli. Only just starting to overheat. Maybe the tyres weren't fired up in that first sector. 143.9. It's not good.
At the moment we are P1.
It's not good at all. Here comes Kimi to go top, potentially. Leclerc looking very feisty in that Ferrari again as well. So Antonelli does go top at 146.7. We're only 2.2 seconds behind. That's not mad. It's appalling. Right, up to the line. And Leclerc goes top with a 141.5. Almost a tenth clear. No, we're not in the pits yet. There we are.
And speed limiter on. And stop on the marks.
Ocon and Verstappen nose to tail across the line. Ocon does not get into the top 10. Max goes up to third. And looking at the fact there's only 4 tenths separating the top 10, we're not getting out of this session. It's just not going to happen. So, what the hell? We won't need 3 sets of softs. We're probably not even going to need 2 for the race. Let's go with a brand new set. And let's hope that we can actually get a good run. Anyone left to finish a lap? No, everyone is across the line. A lot of cars on in laps. A few waiting in the pits. This is where the rubber on the track really ramps up and the grip level will improve. Colapinto has gone early. And we do kind of need a slipstream, but I don't know who we can get one off that's actually going to benefit us. It's this moment of waiting. We've got a RedBull coming out. Piastri going. Here we go. Everyone's starting to file out now. See if we can get any kind of benefit from going out behind Bortoletto.
We'll need good warm-up on the brakes.
Understood.
There's Norris behind us. Tyres are up into the window.
You can push.
Oh man, look how much spare fuel we got on board. That's ridiculous.
You are doing a good job.
We're not close enough. Can we at least get a good first sector though? That's going to make or break our lap. Okay, yes, there we go. A decent first sector. It's half a second quicker than we have been doing. Not a bad middle sector, but we're maybe about a second up so far. So we're still slower than Iwasa overall. I think Max flying at the moment. Oh, there we go. Look at that. We did manage to get in front of Iwasa with the strong final sector as well. We are out. The question is going to be, where are we going to actually finish? Is it 14th or 15th? So far, we've got the edge on Iwasa, but he's going to have a mighty slipstream here. I think we're safe. Iwasa is down over half a second. So it'll be 14th. I think we've got a couple of penalties to be applied, or at least a penalty to be applied. There we go. Iwasa crosses the line. Colapinto is already done. He's out. So it's Gasly, Ocon, Colapinto, Hamilton, Iwasa, and Lindblad that will be eliminated from Q2. There's 0.4 of a second separating the top 10, and just 1,000th of a second between Albon and Tsunoda there. Sainz and Verstappen setting identical times at the end of the session there, 1:41.437 apiece. Let's see, will either of them stick it on pole? Max will. It's Leclerc second, Antonelli third, Bortoletto up in fourth, fifth for Sainz, sixth for Albon, seventh for Norris, 8th for George Russell, 9th for Oscar, and 10th for Yuki Tsunoda.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action.
Baku has been the scene for some major on-track battles, like Vettel and Hamilton fighting for the lead back in 2017. Will we see more drama this year, I wonder?
Drivers will be battling it out on the streets of the Baku city circuit, a real contradiction of a track. From the long main straight, where the less drag the better, to the tight turns where downforce is a necessity. Teams are going to have to work hard to get that balance right. It's race day, and final preparations are underway.
Evening, Victor. Right, let's take a look at the amended grid. If there is a grid amendment to be made. Oh yeah, look, there we go. So Behrman is starting with a 3-place penalty, and Tsunoda and Lawson both starting from the pit lane. So Isaac will start from P19. Hamilton promoted up to 13th place. We're going to do a one-stop strategy. Just not sure whether to start on the mediums or the softs. I think we'll start on the softs for Lewis. I think we'll probably start Hadjar on the mediums. If we get an early safety car, then we can box him onto a soft strategy, and he'll still be at the back. But we'll keep Hamilton on track and see if we can maybe jump a place or two. We are going to take some fuel out of the car. We're going to take 2 laps of fuel out. Go aggressive off the line. We have now finally got Isaac's car fully set up at 100%. That took a little while to get there, but get there we did. There we go. So, we are prepped and ready. Let's send them to the grid for the start of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. The Sauber driver knows this could be a good chance to really prove themselves.
It's going to take a fine strategy and a focused drive if they're to move forward from P15.
This should certainly be a good one, folks. Here we go with the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, decent start. Not a great start for Colapinto, but he'll close up under braking. We have a good slipstream though, so hopefully we'll be able to close this position out. There we go. Can we even get Gasly into turn 3? I don't think so. No, we can't. Okay. Alright, let's calm the car down.
And we need lift and coast.
What's our track temperature? 34.6, so definitely lower.
Charge button on, charge on.
Understood.
We've got a few cars on the softs at the front. Verstappen, Leclerc and Antonelli. Bortoletto, Sainz, Albon, Norris and Piastri and Russell, all on the mediums. Then a whole block of softs. From Ocon down to Perez, Hadjar, has mediums, as does Sonoda, Behrman and Lawson also starting with softs. And Hamilton's been dropped already. That seems to be par for the course. All right, let's push.
So deployed. Yep.
Okay for mode push.
Lawson has a fault already.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
He did put his car in the wall in qualifying, so he's got some lingering effects from that, it would seem.
If you are able to increase pace, it would be a good time to do it. Reminder for DRS.
So we want to protect our tyres because we want to make this one stop work. We might see some two stops. Anyone who's starting on the softs is a contender for a two stop. Mediums are more likely to be a one stop, either going to softs or even hards if they go for an early stop. We want to try and keep our softs in really good condition in this first stint. We can be a bit more aggressive with the mediums here for Hadjar, so we can get him off the mediums onto a set of softs a little bit earlier than some of the others perhaps. And at the end of lap 2, it is Max Verstappen leading from Charles Leclerc. Antonelli third, Bortoletto in fourth, although already slipping back a little bit, with Sainz right there side by side with him. And Sainz gets ahead into turn 1, or does he? No, Bortoletto holds him back. Then it's Albon and Norris, Ocon, Piastri and Russell rounding out the top 10. Gasly, Hamilton, Colapinto, Lindblad, Inwasa, Stroll, Perez, Schumacher, Hadjar, Behrman, Sonoda and Lawson. As Leclerc gets ahead of Verstappen. And he is probably my favourite to win this race. I think he's going to have just that little bit of an edge over Verstappen today. Has yet to score a win this season, at least in full race conditions. He won a sprint, but not even on the podium yet for Charles Leclerc this year. And that's no more battery
Charge button on, charge button on.
for our boys. And already we are 3 seconds behind Schumacher there with Hadjar.
Okay, remember mode push.
Yep.
And just a reminder on garage.
Hadjar now 4 seconds off the back of Schumacher. Oh dear, the medium's not keeping pace well at the moment. The pace will come back to Isaac as the stint progresses, I hope. Otherwise we've made a grave mistake here. Colapinto up the inside of Hamilton through turn 3. And Behrman gets past us. Or does he?
A long way to go. The car behind is Sonoda.
Side by side here as well. Both of our drivers in wheel-to-wheel battles here. Oh, we're going to go side by side through the chicane here, which just would not happen in real life.
No worries, mate.
There we go. Colapinto is through. All right, let's put Hamilton into harvest.
Charge button on.
Try and save a bit of battery while we have the opportunity. Behrman has broken free of Isaac. He's already having to go defensive again to keep Sonoda behind him. Let's see if we can get a good launch out of this turn to get back into the DRS zone. No, we can't. It's not enough pace.
Charge on.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, and that is a look from the Audi
And we need charge button
of
on.
Arvid Lindblad at Colapinto there. Couldn't quite make it stick. It's not a bad little effort though. Tucks in behind him. Max back ahead of Charles Leclerc. Track temperature is much more conducive to our strategy. It's 34.5 degrees at the moment compared to the 44.5 degrees it was in the sprint. See as Leclerc has a look again at Verstappen. These two starting to break away a little bit. Antonelli has also tried to go with them. Sainz and Bortoletto and Norris and co all being left behind a bit. Ocon's got himself ahead of Piastri and Russell. Medium's not quick enough at the moment, but again, that might change as the stint progresses. Colapinto will have the DRS and a clear inside line here, so we're going to lose the place. Sonoda now gets past Isaac. But we have the DRS, so we should take that place back, and we do.
Can't get much quicker.
Continue like this.
Brave on the brakes into 2.
Great.
That's in him up nicely. Both of our drivers meant a few words when it comes to celebrating an overtake. We either get an insane or a small dog impression. Oh, that is Lawson in the barrier.
Single yellow
where you are.
Understood.
It was the Williams driver we see there. There! That's the moment of impact. And the car leaving a bit of paint on that barrier.
Is he still going or is he out?
So there was a crash.
He is still going, but he's got significant damage. Huge chunk of that wing missing now. Expect to see him into the pits. Leclerc and Verstappen still swapping places back and forth every corner, every lap.
Charge button
Oh, Lawson's
on.
staying out. Okay, so that's going to stay like that until the first pit stop then. So Lawson's race is completely ruined.
Good job. So P12.
And is that the same corner he crashed out in qualifying? I think it is.
And charge button on.
Or was it turn 2? It was one of those two. In fact, no, it was turn 1. It was turn 1. So a reminder of our targets for tonight, that is to get both drivers in the top 18. I'd like to get points with Lewis. I think we have a chance of sneaking into the bottom of the 10. Maybe 10th, maybe 9th. We'll see how things go throughout the race. Hadjar's target of 18th is going to be tricky. But I'd like to think that towards the end we might have some pace. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we get a retirement or two as well in this race. I just hope it's not one of our cars that retires. We've already had one retirement for Hamilton this season as he was taken out by Stroll. Could have do with avoiding losing more parts and damaging the powertrain again. Pinto having another little look at Lewis. And I think a quick sprint lap
Use the energy.
will do Hamilton the power of good here. I'm actually going to drop Isaac into the low.
Just keep it clean.
Yep.
Leave Hamilton in medium for now. I'd rather Isaac stay tucked up behind Tsunoda and use Tsunoda's pace to pull him up the field a bit. So we can encourage him to stay on the racing line and stay in the slipstream. That, I think, would be a bigger benefit. He is also almost out of range already.
Yeah, okay.
Let's get after these cars in front.
Oh, I think he just got the DRS. Very, very tight. He did just.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Slow down now.
Okay.
See what kind of pace Lawson's doing. .149. Adjust pace really not good at 148.8.
Charge on.
Okay.
Hamilton has closed the gap a little bit.
And charge button on.
Tsunoda's been has dropped Isaac already again, and I can't really keep with him. And a circuit like this, where our car is just slow on the straights, and the straights are long, and there's a lot of them, switching to a two-stop probably isn't going to give us the pace that we need to actually make it work and gain places with the more aggressive tyre use. We'll be quicker in the corners, but we just won't have the speed on the straights in clear air to make the kind of progress we would need for that strategy to work. So our best chance of moving up the order is toughing it out on the one stop and trying to hold position. And hope things work out our way.
You are doing a good job on tires, keep it like this.
At the moment, it's not.
Take care of the tires. Okay.
So Max has actually broken away a little bit from Leclerc now. Gaps up to about 2.5 seconds. Antonelli in third is nearly 4 seconds behind Leclerc. Still has sights for company. But we have now broken that slipstream for Colapinto. So that will take a little bit of pressure off. We won't have to drive defensively.
Next car in front will be Russell. Gap to him, 4.4.
And Sainz now ahead of Antonelli.
Gap to him, 1.7.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Yeah.
And tyre phase update when you can.
Behrman and Perez having a right old scrap over P18 right now. It's where we need to be. But we're not quick enough yet. Tsunoda starting to close in on the pair of them. That turns into a three-way battle. That might slow them down. Enough for Isaac to get into range again. Oh, Leclerc's got a fault. Is it quite a big vibration?
Quiet, big vibration.
Oh, I'm psychic. Let's actually ride on board with Tsunoda and watch that fight between the two TGR Haases. Antonelli back in front of Sainz, and the pair of them are starting to close in on Leclerc. And whereas I said Leclerc would probably beat Verstappen today, that chance I think is now gone with that fault developing. The Audi's locked in combat as well with each other. And Lawson's in the pits. So this must be for a wing change and a two-stop strategy, perhaps. Yeah, another set of soft. So this is a two-stop strategy for Lawson. His pace will improve a bit, but he still has some damage, so that's going to be suspension or chassis, or maybe even both. Still keeping Colapinto at arm's length. And Leclerc's in the pits. Is Leclerc on a two-stop? It's mediums. I don't think he can take those to the end. I mean, I think mathematically, theoretically, it could be possible. But I think it's very unlikely. I mean, he could go to the end, but it's not a quick strategy. So I think Leclerc is on a 2. And he pops out right in front of Hamilton. This could be good for us, actually. Leclerc has a little loss of performance at the moment. But should still be quicker on those tyres. This will give us a chance to hopefully stay with him, close the gap up to the cars in front as well.
And we need to increase pushing status. ERS.
Understood.
At the very least, we can maybe put a little bit more daylight between us and Franco. And Bortoletto's in as well. Hamilton, I think, got the DRS.
Charge button on.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Hard tyres for Bortoletto, and they can go the distance pretty comfortably. Colapinto is in. He's going for a set of mediums. Potential two-stop then for Franco.
And charge button on.
Understood.
Lawson now is a long way back. Let's see what his new lap times are like with the fixed front wing and fresh tyres. And 146.8, that's a big improvement on his previous lap times. Of about 3.5 seconds. And we have a yellow flag. Is that Lawson again?
Single yellow.
No, it's a spin for Ocon.
Sorry for the
Just kept that out of the barrier. Leclerc has caught the back of Russell already. Ocon boxes following that spin. Medium tyres. That's a good stop as well. Schumacher and Behrman also coming in. Not a good stop for Mick. Better stop for Behrman, but he had to wait for Schumacher to go through before he could be released. Hadjar's on the back of Ocon now.
Charge on. And just a reminder on guys.
Let's get after these cars in front. Mode push.
And again, we'll see if we can use Ocon to just bring Hadjar forward a little bit. Max boxes from the lead. And that's another set of softs, so it's a two-stop strategy for Verstappen. Now, where's he going to feed out? Has Leclerc managed to get an undercut? I don't think he has. Yeah, there's Charles Leclerc in that little train behind. So Max holds position over Charles. Wasser into the pits.
No management required.
Yeah.
Ocon is slowly dragging Hadjar forward a bit. Where he was. Again, we've kind of run out of steam here.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Okay.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Alright, Gasly boxes from 7th. That should make Leclerc's job of getting past Russell much easier. It's a two-stop for Gasly. And there's Hadjar. New fastest lap for Mick Schumacher as Lindblad and Perez hit the pits as well. And Leclerc is still stuck behind George. And the gap to Max is getting bigger and bigger as Leclerc gets himself ahead on the approach to the chicane through the castle. Russell trying to fight him off, but he's not got the right line or the grip. And that little side-by-side has taken half a second out of the gap. Nearly a sec, well, nearly 6/10 of a second at one point there. Hamilton looking much, much closer.
And more energy available. Okay.
Antonelli and Norris both boxing at the same time. Norris is going to have to stack. And they're both on 2 stops as well, and it's not a good stop for Norris. So there's a lot more 2 stops here than I was expecting. This bodes well.
Okay, remember mode push.
Yeah.
Charge on.
And still Russell and Leclerc are going at it, and finally Russell has to cede the position. And he's not happy about it. He's still trying to fight. He's finally given up. And we are now in the slipstream beautifully.
And we need to
Good
increase
stuff.
tire saving.
And we have a yellow flag.
Single yellow.
It was Piastri. I wasn't sure if it was.
Just had a snap.
Charge on.
Hamilton driving extremely defensively there. Russell finally hits the pits. He's going soft tyres. I think that's a little early for soft, so I think he's on a 2-stop as well. A little more sliding and it could have been a safety car. No. Only if he'd retired. If he'd hit the wall and done some damage but got going again, then it would have just been yellows. But if he'd actually broken the car to the point where it couldn't continue, it would have been a VSC. It would not have been a full safety car there. So lap 20, Alex Albon hits the pits. Sainz leads from Verstappen by just over a second, but Verstappen's already stopped. Sainz has not. Not a major issue for Sainz if he's on a 1-stop, but if he's on a 2-stop, that's not good. And that, I think, is a 2-stop for Sainz. Sorry, for Albon. Antonelli has got through. forgot I was still running harvest. I just went to actually go and click harvest on and realised it was already on. Hajar still just ahead of Colapinto. That might change here though. Good defending from Isaac. He's not driven fast, but he's driven well. Currently in P11. He'll have softs to close out the race. Hamilton going on to a set of mediums after this. Verstappen now looking to make the move into turn 1. Doesn't go for it. Maybe he's going to go for it into turn 3 then. New fastest lap for Lando Norris, 1:44.3. Sainz fighting hard. So it's all going off behind Isaac Hajar there. Colapinto caught out by Gasly. He's now going to try his luck getting past Isaac. And we have a yellow flag. Oh, there we go. That is a collision.
A crash in the main straight on the left.
Just
crash in the main
yellow
straight.
flags. Everyone got going again. Someone got pinched on the inside of turn 2 by the look of it. Oh, it's George. Yeah. George just getting caught on the inside. Looked like there was contact
Look at the
between
team there. They all knew what that moment.
Iwasa and Schumacher
Now,
behind
we've
as
got an
well.
incident here, and Mick Schumacher is apparently involved.
Yeah, there we go. There, confirmation of that contact. Just clipping the front wing of Iwasa there. I don't know if that's going to be a racing incident or not, or if Schumacher's going to be penalised for that. He'll be unlucky if he is.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is for sure.
Caution for debris.
Getting close to pit stop window for Lewis. Only 2 cars other than us yet to stop, and that is Sainz and Piastri. Russell and Colapinto, no penalties given, racing incident. What about Schumacher and Colapinto? Sorry, Schumacher and Iwasa. Is that going to be under investigation? I guess not. Sometimes little moments like that where there is the briefest amount of contact don't get investigated at all. Oscar's in. Hajar gets overtaken. Let's put him into harvest.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Hard tyres. Bortoletto's on hard tyres as well. So that to me screams 1 stop.
Tires are ready.
Yep.
And he will get out ahead of Gasly and Hajar. I put the wrong car into harvest.
Charge button on.
Understood. Charge
Not
on.
the first time I've made that mistake.
Charge on. See if we can get Gasly. What about tyres?
Lawson's still adrift at the back of the field.
Okay.
And Hamilton now overtaken by Norris into turn 3. So keeping Russell behind at the moment.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
Race is long. Behind we have Albon. So increase pushing status.
We are approaching half distance. And Russell finally gets through. Sainz into the pits.
Charge on.
Yep.
Hard tyres for Sainz, so he's one stopping. Hamilton about to get swallowed up by a couple more cars.
Alright, let's concentrate.
There we go. Nice little bit of extra battery for Isaac. He's going to be boxing very, very soon, as is Hamilton. One more lap for Lewis, I think, after this one. Piastri closing in. We are definitely going to drop down the order a fair way once we make our stops. Hamilton, I think, is going to come out in 21st. Hadjar might come out behind Lawson, potentially. Or very close to Lawson.
Do your best.
Hadjar overtaken again. We need to save some fuel in the next stint. Haven't had that safety car period that I was expecting. And we've only saved about 1 kilo of fuel in the first half of this race. So we're going to finish a lap under-fueled at this rate.
Box now, box.
Gonna box this up.
We'll wait till we get onto fresh tyres and hopefully into a slipstream before we start that fuel saving.
He has DRS.
And there we go, one more lap after this one for Isaac.
Boxing this lap.
So it's about 18 seconds-ish for a safety car, sorry, for a pit stop around this circuit, I think. So we're about 35 seconds behind Verstappen. Let's see what the gap is when we come out. Very tight with Perez. .2, not bad.
Watch for traffic.
There's Perez. Right behind him.
Perez in front.
And we are 52 seconds behind, so yeah, 18 seconds.
Laps to go.
And once we hit the castle, that'll be about halfway through.
Quiet, big vibration.
Leclerc's race slowly falling apart, unfortunately for him.
So deployed. Yep.
So we have it all to do with Lewis if we want any chance of points here. Worst thing that could happen now is to get a VSC or a safety car. That would allow all those two stoppers to get a free pit stop on us, or a cheap pit stop on us. .1, that's not bad, but I don't know if we're going to get on the leaderboard with that. We might do. We won't with a 2.2, pretty sure of that. We do get out just in front of Lawson, that was tight. Let's get these tyres fired up.
Car behind it is Lawson.
There we go, Hamilton in range. Let's start the fuel save.
And we need to increase lift and coast.
We need to start stringing some overtakes together as well
And
for
try to
Lewis.
increase
Get his confidence
pushing
up,
status.
to get his pace up a bit more. And also just to clear the cars that are slower than us.
And we need charge button on, charge button on.
We'll spend a lap or two just making sure our battery's where it needs to be and hopefully picking someone off in the braking zone
And we
anyway.
need to look after the rear tires.
Nice little slipstream on the back of Stroll.
Next car in front is a Stroll.
And that gets us through past Lindblad without even having to try.
Continue, keep going.
Welcome back, Wayne. Haven't seen Farah tonight.
Continue like this. Charge button on.
Understood.
And let's now try and break away from Lawson.
Mode push, please. Mode push.
Oh, there goes Stroll. Stroll doing Stroll things.
Yellow flag where you are.
And he's damaged his front wing. Yeah, where is it? Where's the damage? There it is. He's boxing. This is going to be a wing change. It's a set of mediums. And it is a wing change as well.
Charge on.
So that'll be Stroll to the end of the Grand Prix.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
We've now just about broken away from Lawson.
Slow down now.
So we'll start the fuel save, but we'll keep pushing the battery.
Use DRS.
Autoletto gets past Sainz. Both of them
Right,
stuck
let's
behind
concentrate.
Charles Leclerc at the moment, who is now a long way behind Verstappen.
So we need to push. Charge on.
Yeah, I've had that. You know, it took me almost a month to clear it. That's why my surgery got pushed back 3 weeks.
to keep your K1 usage
Sainz
down
and
a bit,
Leclerc
or
now
else you just run out of
scrapping
battery,
away
and then
as
you'll just be taken
Bortoletto has
back with it.
broken clear.
And you can use
We're out of battery now with Isaac, unfortunately, but we have broken clear of Lawson.
Charge on.
Still need 2 more places to get him where he needs to be for the sponsors. And we've left Lindblad behind, so that will hopefully slow him down and make it easier for Hadjar to catch him. Nearly got to move around the outside of Iwasa there. And Lawson's in the pits.
Race is long.
It doesn't really help Isaac. Medium tyres for him. That's into the end of the race now.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Chipping away at the fuel a lot faster now. Unfortunately, Lindblad has closed back up again.
Gap to him 0.9.
We are going to need to try and rebuild the battery again. We've got a real queue forming in front now behind Schumacher. He should be in soon. Snowder's in.
Charge button on. We need to manage these tires, okay?
Yep.
Decent stop. He will come out behind us. That's good. There he is, and he comes out behind Lindblad, but only just behind Lindblad. I think we're actually going to have to just go aggressive in a moment and just try and punch through, or else we're going to be stuck here for a while. Max is in. So this is going to be for a set of mediums to take him to the end. Tidy stop.
And more energy available.
Understood.
Albon boxes.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
No way through. So we just have to save up a little bit in terms of tyres and fuel. You can see Hadjar now really starting to close in. That's an indicator of how much time we're losing. Yeah, I saw the event had started. Like I said, I'm going to try and get everything back up and running again once I've recovered from my surgery for the trucking. know if the events will be running still by then. Ocon and Leclerc both into the pits. Leclerc's going to struggle to get into the top 10 at this rate. Gasly in as well. And we've got a run on Iwasa here, who I think just lost the DRS. Oh, look at the grip difference.
Another behind with DRS.
Excellent stuff. We get another place.
And charge button on, charge button on.
And Tsunoda gets through as well. Gasly slots that just in front of Behrman. Here comes Yuki.
Continue, keep going.
Damn it, that's what I was worried about. Didn't think about it until it was too late.
Then try to keep it smooth.
So Leclerc currently 10th with Colapinto right behind him and Perez, but those guys I think are going to need to stop again. Antonelli boxes from the lead, but it's not a particularly big lead. And that's him done for the rest of the race now. Norris still needs to stop again. Sainz going to the end. Bortoletto probably going to the end. I think Piastri's going to the end as well. There's Oscar. Ah, beautiful. Look at that. We've boxed in Tsunoda as we get past Behrman. Or do we? Do we get past Behrman? No, we don't. Ah, damn it.
Continue like this.
Ah, but again, the tyres in the setting they were in worked against us there. Damn it. Just now, just 2 seconds off the back.
And we need you to take care of the tires.
Alright, well, Behrman will be an easy overtake now. He's already out of range of Tsunoda, but we've lost quite a bit of ground. Almost got the fuel sorted. Russell into the pits. New fastest lap for Esteban Ocon. Coming through.
And tires are good to push.
There is Russell just getting out of the pits.
You did a good job. Next guy
Slots
in
out
front
right in front of Yuki Tsunoda.
Gap to him 2.2.
I wish there was like another step, like there is with the tyres, where you got this light step here. I wish there was that for fuel saving as well. We had like heavy fuel saving, light, little bit of lift and coast, just a tiny little bit of lift and coast, save a tiny bit more fuel.
We're happy Happy with time management? Tyre temps look good.
Yeah.
Charge on.
Charge button on.
Keep battling away.
So comfortably through there for Isaac.
Good job, good job. Currently P17. He's 3 seconds in front of you. Okay, ramper mode push.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Still only P15. There are some more stops to be made, but not many.
Race is long. And charge button on. Charge button
Right,
on.
Norris finally stops. This will be, I'm guessing, softs. Yes, they see the soft tyres coming out. Good stop. He's going to have to punch his way back through the field. He's going to come out behind Piastri, but soft tyres will be quick. I've got a ton of spare tyres to play with here for Lewis.
Gap to him 1.7. You can push.
You can save less.
Yes.
Hadjar now onto Behrman.
Next car in front will be Russell. Alright, let's concentrate.
Definitely think ninth is a possibility for Lewis. Don't know if 10th will be a possibility for Isaac. Possibly, he's right here.
Charge on.
Okay.
Use the energy. And we are happy with the tires.
Really good job. You are P16. Car ahead, he's Russell. Gap ahead is 2 seconds.
We got a yellow flag.
And yes, we have.
It's Behrman.
We've had a crash. What happened there?
At least he didn't hit Hadjar, who was right behind him at the time.
Try to look after the tires.
Understood.
Charge on.
14th and 16th. We are comfortably going to get our... Oh, wow. Bortoletto is boxing. He's not going to try and go to the end. New soft tyres. He's way ahead of us. He's not our target. 9th is our target.
ERS.
Go away, George. God damn you.
Charge on.
Isaac's right behind Hamilton.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Yeah.
We are losing ground to the cars in front. The gap is opening up too quickly.
Understood.
Hadjar punches his way through. And now Hamilton takes the place back. All right, George has got through on Colapinto, who does not have DRS.
You can save less.
And that is Hamilton through. Can we get Isaac through as well?
And you can use all the boost bar. Continue like this.
Cool the car.
Yes, we can. Excellent.
No management required.
Russell's immediately caught up to Perez. It's going to be another two-car fight. That we have to try and negotiate.
And charge button on.
Gasly and Leclerc now squabbling over 10th. Sonoda is breaking clear, so it looks like 10th is the absolute best we might be able to do now, given the dwindling number of laps we have left. Colapinto
button on,
boxes
please.
does not help us.
Tyre phase update when you can.
Very well, no problems.
Times like this when I kind of curse the realistic racing because it's working against us. But I also appreciate that it is making the race more challenging, which was the whole point. Fault for Lawson.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
So Russell still on Perez, who's already out of DRS range. So again, this should be a nice straightforward overtake. Getting Hadjar back into DRS range as well.
Charge on.
Continue like this. And boost. And more energy available.
All right, there we go. Lewis will get through. Isaac will get a lap to rebuild.
And good job.
So we might have a sneaky look at the inside.
The car as much as you can.
Iwasa was thinking the same thing. And Hamilton's broken clear. So that's going to give Hadjar the easy overtake now.
Slow down now.
Yeah.
Next car is Perez. Just do your best.
Now Perez boxes. Damn it, Perez.
Charge on. Mode push.
Big overspeed initially there for Iwasa. Can we hold him back? Yes, we can. Someone's in the wall. It's Gasly. Oh, that helps.
Now what's happened with Gasly there?
That really helps us.
Now here, we're taking turn 6. Oh, and a fairly substantial
Wing
crash
damage
there.
as he was still
And they'll
fighting
definitely-
with Leclerc there. So, gap to Leclerc is 15 seconds. Let's see, Leclerc's doing 145s. Pace is better than I thought it would be.
Charge on.
Can't really do a lot more with Isaac. I've got some battery, not some battery, sorry, some tyres. Gasly's into the pits. 146.3 for Charles Leclerc across the line. So 143.6 for Russell. 144.7 for Hamilton. That's not quick enough. Yeah, might just miss out on points again, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm going to have to use this extra tyre, I think. Even then it might not be enough. It's not. Alright, let's go to harvest mode then.
No worries, mate. Okay, charge on. Charge on. Might need to pick up the pace a little bit. Charge on.
Right, a 145.2 for Charles. 143.2 for Russell. He's closing quickly. And a 143.9 for Hamilton, so his pace is a bit better. It's not good enough.
Let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
6 laps to go.
Excellent. We should get the DRS off of Wasser here.
Mode push.
Yes, we did. And yet we still didn't get a good enough launch. Oh my God, is he going to beat us into turn 3? He is. God damn it.
Do your best. Remember, long way to go in this race.
Yeah.
Charge on.
The tyres anyway, dude.
Just look after these tires.
Tyres are fine, Lewis. You can keep pushing like that for the rest of this race.
Let's get after these cars in front.
Unfortunately, Iwasa, it's just a little bit too quick.
What about tyres? Mode push now.
Yeah, he's too quick for us. God damn.
And 5 laps to go.
Yep.
All right, well, as long as he finishes in the top 18, that's the only thing that really matters.
Mode charge.
He's not going to be anywhere near the points. Took another 1 second out of Leclerc. It's not enough. We're not lapping fast enough. And we're losing ground to Russell every lap as well. We spent too long fighting past these guys to have any chance of points, it would seem.
This focus is a long race.
Stroll gets past Hadjar. And there's Gasly in 18th at the back of this little train. Lindblad is the danger car now then. And he's closing in as well.
There's progress to be made.
We have to stay in the train with Stroll here.
Just pick up the pace. Charge on.
Yes.
And 4 laps to go.
Yep.
No management required.
Yeah, we only took a second out of Leclerc. Russell might get him. We certainly won't.
Car behind is Gasly.
There's going to be another race of our spare races gone then.
Charge on, please.
Yeah.
We need to do the full management on this set.
Lawson gets past Lindblad. So, yeah, we're in real danger of potentially slipping out of the top 18. Max crosses the line to start. Well, he has already crossed the line to start his 49th lap. 3 to go. At 2.5 now for Max. And again, I cannot let myself get isolated like this.
Car behind us, Gasly.
Did we get it? Did we get it? I think we might have just got it. Yes, thank God for that.
And 3 laps to go. Okay.
Charge on.
Yeah.
And Wasser's hunting us down as well. Not even a single VSC after an error-strewn sprint and qualifying. The race has been pretty quiet in terms of the marshals. We've had a couple of yellow flag incidents, but nothing that has slowed the pace of the race or bunched the field up at all. And there we go. Russell has absolutely flown past Leclerc. Lawson's car getting worse. That helps. That actually does help us.
Road push.
Yeah.
As Colapinto gets through.
Charge on.
Yeah.
2 laps to go.
Understood.
And there's a lunge from Gasly. We're still okay. We're still 16th. We've got a little bit of gap to Schumacher. Enough that he won't have the DRS. Max now starts his final lap. He's going to win this race absolutely at a canter from the Mercedes. But Mercedes second and third are on for a really good points haul again.
Car in front is strong. pace back up. Okay, charge on.
Yep.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Understood.
Stroll is isolated. We now have enough battery to push for the rest of the race.
So mode push.
And enough tyres to push for the rest of the race as well.
We don't think we need any lift and coast.
Can we at least get ahead of Lance? Who, despite doing Lance things, is still ahead of us.
And last lap.
That cannot stand.
So deployed.
But I think it's
deployed.
going to.
You've got the pace. You can do this.
Yeah.
That's it. Max wins.
Max Verstappen over the finish line and today's winner. And there it is, the Dutchman, Max Verstappen, has taken first.
Just saw Antonelli just
After
appear
that
at the
performance,
very end
there's
of that
no
cutscene
doubt
there.
that they deserve their spot at the top of the podium.
As Hadjar gets past Stroll, can he continue and hold the
good.
position?
You are
He
15.
can. Excellent
Car
stuff.
ahead is Gasly.
Insane.
It's going to be P12 for Lewis.
Entire phase
It's a
update
little
for
bit
you,
of a
man.
disappointment. I thought we had enough pace for
Still got a
points,
little
and we
left.
might well have done had we not spent so long at the back of the field after his pit stop. Could have been more aggressive with the tyres earlier. If I'd had battery, I probably would have been.
Go back to
P12
lift and coast
for
now.
Hamilton.
And check at flag.
It'll be P15 for Isaac. No points,
checker
but we
flag.
do complete the sponsor objectives, so at least we get another couple of mil added to our bank balance.
Now, wasn't that a seriously good drive from Carlos Sainz?
There wasn't too much expectation on them today, but they fought hard and found themselves in the points.
That makes it all worth it, doesn't it? Seeing your team ready to share the celebrations. And no doubt, Verstappen fans will be celebrating the Dutchman's achievement.
That's their second win of the season. A brilliant talent who looks so at home on the track.
And before they get back to work, I think it's time to cool off here in Azerbaijan. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
Well, everybody, that's all from us here in Baku.
Formula One will be back to Europe for the next round, on the shores of the Mediterranean, with some heated competition to look forward to in Spain.
So confirmation then of the final result. Max takes the win from Antonelli, Norris in third. Double podium for Mercedes today. Sainz in fourth, Ocon in fifth, ahead of Piastri sixth. Bortoletto seventh, eighth for Albon, ninth for Tsunoda, up 12 places. Good race for Yuki today. And George does get that final point in 10th. 11th was Leclerc, not a good race for him. Down 9 places, his car just letting him down as it progressively got worse throughout the race. Hamilton 12th, 13th for Iwasa, 14th for Gasly, 15th for Hadjar, whose pace was a bit more comfortable than I was expecting in the second half of the race there. And then it was Stroll 16th, 17th for Schumacher, 18th for Perez, Colapinto, Lindblad, Lawson and Behrman rounding out the bottom of the field. Let's see what the driver standings look like after this race. Lando continues to stay top, but Max has closed the gap back up. It's just 1 point between the two as they had 2 wins apiece. Oscar in third place is on 86 points. He is now 35 points behind. Sainz in fourth on 74 points. Antonelli moves up into fifth ahead of Esteban Ocon. 22 points across race and sprint. He's now on 68, 57 points for Ocon. Leclerc up ahead of Hamilton, 45 points. They were tied going into this Grand Prix. Hamilton drops now down to 8, stays on 39 points. Tsunoda on 34 points, and Albon rounding out the top 10 with 27. In the second half of the table, it's Lawson with 24. Russell up 4 places, now on 21 points, into 12th. Then it's Hadjar with 19, 17 for Gasly, 16 for Lindblad, 15 for Colapinto, 10 points for Sergio Perez. Ayumu Iwasa has 8 points. Bortoletto gets his first points of the season. He's up into 19th place now with 6, ahead of Lance Stroll. Then it's Mick Schumacher with 2 points. Ollie Behrman, the only driver yet to score, and I'm pretty sure that will change soon, sooner rather than later. Into the constructor standings, 48 points for RedBull this weekend across race and sprint. They were very strong in the sprint. Mercedes very strong in the race. They picked up 40 points, so that gap is now 17 points. Ferrari have 119 points. They are already a very distant third. Aston in fourth have 91 points. No points for us. We stay fifth with 58 points. Williams closed the gap a bit. They're now 7 points behind us with 51. Up 3 places for McLaren. They picked up 12 points today. They're now on 27, ahead of Maserati on 23. 22 points for Audi. 19 points for Nissan. And Haas still on just 10. In the pit stop challenge, we did get into the leaderboard there with Isaac Stopp. And we get 7th place, so a few more points for us there. Mercedes got the quickest stop ahead of 2 and 3 for Aston Martin there. Red Bull taking 4th, Maserati 5th, McLaren 6th, Ferrari 7th, Williams 8th, Nissan 9th. Lots of teams picking up some points today. That's going to make some interesting changes to the standings. Mercedes stretched. No, they do not stretch their lead. They actually lose a little bit of ground to Aston. Aston up into 2nd place. It's 154 points for Mercedes, 108 for Aston. So a 46-point gap. McLaren in 3rd now with 98 points. Maserati up 1 into 4th with 81. Leapfrogging Ferrari, who are on 76. Red Bull jump us. They're on 62 points to our 58. There's a little bit of a gap back to Nissan. They're on 27 points. Haas for 17, 16 for Audi, and 10 points for Williams. Now you see Hamilton stop decent, just not quick enough for 2.2. What was the slowest stop? Oh, look at that, we just missed it. 2.2222 all the way across the boards, is the 2s for Schumacher. Just 7 thousandths away from getting on the leaderboard there for Hamilton. But a decent stop for Hadjar, picking up some points for us. And of course, both drivers getting their target of 18th or higher. So 1.958 mil and change added to the bank. Let's head back and prep for the next Grand Prix, which is another sprint race at Barcelona. Okay, we have our spare side pod. Fittipaldi goes back up in rating points, up to a 70. And let's take a look at the inbox. So, post-race data. Cars came through unscathed. Very nice. And we will now be able to put that new front wing onto Hamilton's car for the next race. There we go. So we have a spare side pod now. Let's go ahead and move that front wing off Hamilton. Off Hadjar, or put the spare, as I should say, onto Hamilton. There we go. We've got another spare now as well. And 3 more spares to come. We're up to 2.2 mil. I would like to get an upgrade rather than just a refurb on that. We don't quite have the money for it. How is development going? Let's have a look. We are 20 days, so 3 weeks away, give or take a day, from 2 projects being able to go into production and our suspension project, or suspension research project, finishing. Manufacturing wise, we still have a day to go for our spare chassis, and there's those 3 more front wings on the way. Is there anything else that we do need to top up? Let's have a look in the warehouse. We've got a couple of spare rear wings, we've got a spare suspension, a spare side pod, and we're about to have a spare chassis. We've got a few parts at medium risk. Quite a few parts at medium risk. I don't know if we'll be able to get away with not making more spares, given that we have a sprint weekend coming up. So let's make another side pod, I guess. And then we'll make another suspension there as well. There's a good chance that we'll lose quite a lot of parts after the next weekend, because again, sprint weekend, that's a lot of heavy duty running with the sprint and the Grand Prix. So those medium parts may completely break. Let's see what the board thought. They were happy with Baku, our first happy race of the season, but at least it was not a disappointed, and better than a satisfied. So that's good. That's good. We'll take that. We are still in 5th in the constructors, but not by much. So we're ahead of target there. 4 out of 12 still on the long term. So we have a bit of ground still to make up there. Let's dive into the save situation again. See who got driver of the day and all that fun stuff. So let's create our save. There we go. And this time I'll remember to actually turn this off again. Okay. That didn't work. Right, there we go. So, let's have a look. It was Sonoda who got drive of the day. 18 overtakes, 17 defenses, and 12 positions gained. You can't really argue with that, can you? That was a hell of a performance. Other top performers was Ocon, Norris, and both of our boys making it up there as well. Hadjar and Hamilton. Good stuff. Very nice indeed. Yeah, for whatever reason, it only seems to give us the actual results here like this. It doesn't give us the results of this added into anything else until after the next race, it would seem. So we can't really look any further than this, because all the results will be out of date by one race. But good to see the driver of the day and top performance stats there as well. Race time was 1 hour 30. That's not too bad. Let's head back then to our HQ. So we have 18 days until Barcelona, under 3 weeks just. So we've got plenty of time to get a few bits and bobs made. So we wanted another suspension, didn't we? There we go. That leaves me about 1.5 mil. Let me check our other facilities. There's something in the inbox. That's probably just letting us know that something is complete. Everything's okay here. Everything's okay there. Yeah, that's just letting us know the chassis is done. Do we want to complete the underfloor sooner? It'll save us 10 days, but cost us $500,000. No, I don't want to spend that much for that. It's a bit too expensive. Spare side pod again. There we go. Got our spare front wings now, so we have 4 spare front wings. Excellent stuff. We have 2 spare side pods and now 2 spare suspensions. Let's see. Has Isaac improved? Yeah, and Hamilton has as well. Look, he's improved his adaptability up to 99. Wow. Did not expect that at all. Smoothness up by a point for Isaac. That's good. Would have been nice to maybe get a bit more pace out of him, but nice to get a little bit more smoothness. I might actually look at him changing his training. Let's see, he's on wet track at the moment. Let's put him on short run pace. What about our rookies? A point gained for Jack Doohan in adaptability. And a point gained in accuracy for Fittipaldi. And Sargent's gained a point in adaptability as well. Everyone getting some time on the skid pan, it seems. Alright. That's it for the end of the month. And that's where we're going to end this race. This stream. We will pick up the start of June and the prep for Barcelona tomorrow at the usual time, 8 PM. I hope you've enjoyed today's race. If you have, a thumbs up would be much appreciated. If you're not yet subscribed, why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well? And be sure to hit the bell for notifications on races and live streams, etc, etc. I will be back, as I say, tomorrow, usual time, 8 PM. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.